Hello, everybody. The internet should be fixed. This is going to be the big test to make sure that the console stays online and OBS stays online. Apparently, everything kind of fucked up and broke last time. Got a new modem, got a new router, replaced all the cables. We'll see if everything is properly working now. What's up, Dark Alex? Hey, SpongeBob. Please don't call me Daddy. That's weird. You will address me as Father or Papa. What's up, Maxo? Booste, thank you for the host. What's up, CD? Yes, the first two emotes are live. Nub game and nub saved. For those of you who are subscribed. We've got the rest of the emotes still in the works, and those will periodically be going up just as they get done. But the first two are live. Twinkie, thank you for the host. What's up, Nashty? Hey, Budgie. What's up, Texas? Dat boy. PlayStation Now? Yep. Captain Olimar, am I using the new voiceovers? Yes, I am. We're going to be going through Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. In fact, I need to start Ankbot to also be doing stuff. There we go. Citrak, hi Dad. No, come on. Father or Papa. It's just less weird. Why not play on 360? That's not the point, Dark Alex. Look at the title. This is called Worst of the Worst. We are playing the worst conceivable versions of Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. We're playing the HD collection with the new voices on the oldest model PS3 using the worst PlayStation service in order to play it. It's worst of the worst. This is the worst possible versions of Silent Hill 2 and 3. That's the whole point. The fuck happened to my stuff? Just everything broke. Captain Olimar, thank you so much for subscribing. Give me a second, guys. I am still kind of setting stuff up here. Captain Olimar, thank you so very, very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support, the continued support, longtime viewer. Can we get some games saved in chat for Captain Olimar? You guys will notice the subscription sound is the save game noise from Silent Hill 2. No, not the new voices. That's the whole point. This exists There are some poor fools out there somewhere on the planet Earth that this was how their first time playing Silent Hill 2 or Silent Hill 3 was. Maybe all they had was PlayStation Now. Maybe all they had was a first model PS3. What's up, Xander? Just in time to watch the garbage. Hello, Three Dog. OHN boss to you. What's up, Mastress? Hey, Meep. What's up, Pterodactyl? Here I am watching this to die. All right. Okay, guys. Let's get started. So we were doing this a while back. Oh, good. It saved my settings. Something positive. It remembered my settings. But we are starting over from the beginning. I'm not going to load my save files from when I started this before. Because it's been like a day and a half, 2 days, and we're just going to start over, go all the way through Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, talk about this mess that is the HD collection. And yeah. Let's go. I'll do Born from a Wish once we finish the main story of Silent Hill 2 as well. We'll just play on normal. Oh yeah, Master Salita, we're starting from the beginning, so get used to breathy Troy Baker trying to sound like Phantom of the Opera, because somehow that's what they thought fit James Sunderland. I don't know, when you're talking about something as iconic as Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3, changing the voices in the first place is just already a bad idea. It would have taken some very, very good performances and direction to make something that I think people would be able to accept outside of the originals, and they didn't even try. They didn't even try with this one, and that just becomes more and more apparent as we go on, and more than just the voice acting, it's everything. The HD collection runs at 30 or 60 FPS. Most of the time, it's 60 FPS, but the frame rate is not consistent whatsoever. There will be slowdown drops, frame rate randomly kind of changing, and some of that is because this is awful. Some of that is because it's on the PS3. Some of that is because it's on PlayStation Now. So, hey, Sid. Subscription's not active yet. Maybe it will be tomorrow. Your subscription should be active right away. As far as I know, it should be active right away, like as soon as you do it. All right. So this music we're about to hear while we hear the excerpt from the letter has been changed because the original voices were tied to the music. And I'll talk a little more about that after the scene.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? In her special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Gaming Hobo, thank you for the 250 bits. So yeah, let's talk about all of that for a moment. First of all, the music. You'll notice that that is a different music track playing behind the letter reading. That is because, God, we have so much going on wrong right now, it's hard to know where to begin. And we've only just started. We're literally 15 minutes into the damn stream and 2 minutes into the game. So the music. The music has been changed in a lot of places because the original voices were tied to the original music tracks. And the music tracks that wound up being used are one of two things. They are either covers that were composed by somebody else, like the case of that song there during the letter reading, or the genius audio engineer behind this piece of shit took the original soundtrack, the OST versions of the songs, and put them into the game, which you would think would work fine. However, the length of the songs and the length of each music track is different when it's used in the game than the length that is provided for an OST. Because of that, the OST versions are usually shorter, and they have to be looped during a cutscene. And as we're going to hear in many of the cutscenes throughout this playthrough, they just awkwardly loop it. There's not even an attempt to made to hide the loop itself. So there's the music. There's that problem. And we're gonna, as said, as it comes up, I'm gonna be pointing out those awkward music loops. But trust me, you'll hear them even if I don't. Next, let's talk about the voices. People talking about Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. So she is the voice of Mary and Maria, and she is also the voice director for all of the other voice actors for all the new voices in the HD collection. So a lot of the problems that we have with the voices are pretty much directly Mary Elizabeth McGlynn's fault. So in the original cast, it was Monica Taylor Horgan who was voicing Mary and Maria, and there's something interesting about that. She actually changed her voice, you know, like a voice actress. She gave a different voice for Mary and for Maria. She used a similar tone between the two characters, but they have their own mannerisms and they have a slightly different pitch, to where you can distinguish between hearing Maria's voice and hearing Mary's voice. And being able to distinguish between these two voices is going to be absolutely key for one of the most important cutscenes in this game, which, as many of you already know, is the jail cell scene between James and Maria. But because Mary Elizabeth McGlynn apparently didn't feel like trying when they did this, and again, she's a very talented voice actress. I've loved her work in plenty of other projects, but it seems like nobody really tried with this. It seems like they did everything in an afternoon and just kind of slapped it all together and didn't really polish anything or bother doing, any kind of effort, putting any kind of effort behind it. And the result is that Mary and Maria sound exactly the same. And it completely ruins everything that important jail cell scene is about later on. Anyway, voice rant, music rant, let's talk about what the fuck we're looking at right now. This is Silent Hill 2 HD. Boy, it looks HD, doesn't it? Just look at that fucking background image. And I've pointed out plenty of times before on the PC version, you can actually clip out of bounds over here on the street to the right on the PC version. And you can get a look that whole background image is just a big flat JPEG angled to give it a slight bit of dimension. And that's pretty much it. However, it's better obscured, especially in the original console versions, because of the layers of fog that are on the screen. And that makes it look more dreamy and distant. And as you'll notice, the fog looks pretty fucking bad in this. It's very thin. It's just kind of a constantly moving layer, like a translucent texture. And it's not even a very good one. And it's going to get worse as we get further into town when there's supposed to be the thicker fog. No, this is not 24 hours. We're just going through the HD collection, however long that takes. We are doing Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3, but it's not a marathon. Also, what's up, Lulu? Let's take a look at these streets. Look how clean these streets are. All of the textures in the game, for the most part, have been replaced with very samey looking textures, rather than kind of the broken, dirtied, and varied and detailed, gritty environments of the original PlayStation 2 version. Instead, they just seem to kind of take one clean road texture and use it absolutely everywhere that there's asphalt. They do this for a lot of the sidewalk. There's also buildings where the building faces are all just a single texture spread across the entire thing. Yeah, there's a lot of mess when it comes to this HD collection, and these guys cleaned it all up. But no, they completely changed the way the game looks, and they changed some key elements of the game, little details and things that were put in the game intentionally by Team Silent, things that there was no need or reason to change, such as the numbers on these signs. In the original version, the numbers for these signs are actually much, much further away, over 100 miles in the case of Brams, I believe, or Paleville. Honestly, I don't remember. But the distances to all of these places were originally much further. And they changed that because maybe they decided, oh, well, it seems unrealistic that there would be, a sign talking about how far away these places are when they're that far away. Usually you don't encounter a street sign like this unless a place is somewhere nearby. That would be the logical thing to approach it as. However, we are in Silent Hill. Logic does not apply here, and everything that is illogical in the originals was put there intentionally by Team Silent. Maybe as a way of showing that reality is already distorted, and that these places actually were further than they were supposed to be, making Silent Hill feel more, isolated, like it's supposed to be. Again, things that had no business being changed. What's up, Trina? Yeah, the first two emotes are up. Nub game and nub saved. It's exciting. Oh god. Let's talk a little bit more about some audio. Let's run James around a little bit and get him nice and tired. Don't remember it being 6618 because it was not. On the 360 version, aren't those numbers 6616, so there are 3 6s lined up? To be honest, I don't know. As far as I'm aware, the 360 version has the same numbers as the PS3 version. I know for a while the Silent Hill wiki had an image up that showed 66 and 16, but that was photoshopped and submitted and nobody checked it, so they let it go on the wiki because...
I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over.
Don't ever believe anything there at face value unless it's got a full citation next to it. Listen to this breathing. Oof. Oof. Okay. Oh, there's a map in the car. Might be a good idea to take it. Let me actually point something else out here. For all of the fixes, quote-unquote fixes, that happened for the HD collection, things that got changed, typos that are in the original game went unfixed. There's a map in the car. I might be a good idea to take it. There are signs in Texas for shit at least 100 miles away. Yes, but that's because Texas is big as fuck, larger than many European countries. So our shit is so spread out, we have to have signs for things that are 100 miles away, because you'd be pretty pissed off if you spent 50 miles driving down a road trying to go to Dallas, only to realize that you were heading towards El Paso. So Texas has to do that. Maine is very, very small. Maine is tiny. It's itty bitty. It's way up there. You can drive across the whole thing in a relatively short amount of time. And signs are usually only going to show you local things. The next closest town, 20, 30 miles away or so at the most. Got a map of Silent Hill. And yes, we'll go ahead and talk about the body in the car thing. So the idea behind that, just for the sake of kind of talking about this, since it's going to come up. It's going to come up in any Silent Hill 2 playthrough. Whether it's a story playthrough or a speed run, somebody's always like, there's a body in the trunk. There's not. She's actually in the back seat. It's one of those things that even I, as a fan, did not really buy into for the longest time, that rumors was sort of circulating, because it did essentially start off as a rumor that Mary's body was in the car. However, it was later on actually confirmed by both Masahiro Ito and Gai Sihi. Gai Sihi went on to actually explain that it's a Japanese cultural thing, a type of homicide or homicide practice known as muri shinju, which is essentially the idea of killing your loved ones, your family, and then taking your own life as well. And one of the more common ways that was done, or one of the more popularized ways in that culture, is to kill them, put their bodies in the car, and then drive the car into the ocean or into the water. Keep in mind, Japan is an island, so driving your car into the water, is kind of a thing for suicide over there. So the idea being here that James had essentially killed Mary, had gone through a psychotic break on his way to Silent Hill to take his own life, and made up everything about the 3-year timeline, that she's been dead for 3 years. You know, that's all falsified information. Part of his psychosis is what he's believing in right now, the fact that she died from the illness. And that's why many people tend to favor the in-water ending, is because of this explanation for James's arrival at Silent Hill. Hey, Skulls. Although it's worth pointing out, there is no real canon ending. Nothing is really canonical when it comes to this story's continuation, because there is no continuation. None of the other games ever explore James or any of these characters, you know, what happens to them after the fact. So none of the endings is more canonical than the other. It just comes down to your personal interpretation of the characters and how they dealt with the situation. And that's one of the things I do like about this game, is that it leaves a lot of things open, but it leaves the right things open without detracting from the overall story. How did they know there was a body in the back seat if you can't see her? Well, there's no model there, but again, many people on the creative team, you know, that made this game confirmed that that was the idea behind it, that James had brought Mary's body with him to Silent Hill, but it was never an essential part of the story. That part was left vague. It wasn't until much, much later, many years later, that members of Team Silent had confirmed it, because so many fans had been circulating the rumor for so long. But it's not like they modeled Mary's corpse and put it there. You know, there's nothing visual. It was just fan speculation that was a long circulating rumor that was later confirmed by members of the creative team. Hey, Creepa. So, last time I was playing this, a couple nights ago, somebody had, I remember, asked a question that I didn't get to, where I don't remember what the exact question was, but they mentioned these characters being stuck in Silent Hill. And this is something that I actually want to point out. These characters are not stuck here. They came here willfully, and they can leave willfully. It's not like Silent Hill 1, where the town was changing and trapping Harry against his will, which was also Alessa's way of forcing Harry to stay and help her. And it's not the case as it is later on, after the Western developers took hold of the series, where Silent Hill is a sort of purgatory or hell that once you're there you can't escape from. Nothing is keeping James here except for his own determination. This is the road I came in on. There's no point in going back. It's not blocked off. The road has not caved away. It doesn't fade off into the fog. He can get in his car, turn around, and go home. His determination, his mindset of what he's come here to do, is what's keeping him here. And it's the same for Angela, it's the same for Eddie. They're here for a reason. They have their own motivation for being here. They're not necessarily trapped. And here we can see the thicker fog, which is our introduction to the fog wall. It's sort of a boxy texture that's always just kind of a couple feet in front of you. They managed to mask it here, I think, the best, but it's still not quite right looking. But there's parts when you're going around the town where it's really noticeable, and yeah, it just does not look right. And there's going to be a lot of cutscenes where, because the fog doesn't look right, the scene doesn't look right. And of course, I'll point that out as much as I can as we get to them. Hey, Yuna. New sub badge? Yep, we got the sub badges. We got our first 2 sub emotes as well. Game and saved. There's something in the well. What's that? Looking at this makes me feel like there's someone groping around inside my skull. It gives me a weird feeling. Hey, Stealth? Thank you, Crucix. All right. Well, speaking of voice acting, let's talk a little about Angela. Angela is a recent high school graduate, according to the official manual that came with the original game. And Angela has lived a life of abuse. Ever since she was a child, for her entire life, she's been sexually and physically abused by her father and by her older brother. And she's been verbally and emotionally stunted because of this. And that abuse affecting her in such a strong way is why Angela was portrayed the way that she was in the originals. She has a very strange way of speaking and acting. She's very awkward when interacting with other people, especially with men. And that was all supposed to allude to the character's history and why she was here and sort of what made her this way. We're supposed to get an initial sort of impression of that as a new player based on this cutscene where we're introduced to Angela and have this first conversation. However, the new performance takes all of that subtlety away, and instead we get this.
Excuse me,
I'm sorry. I was just...
No, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but...
Is it dangerous?
Maybe. And it's not just the fog, either. It's...
Okay, I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going into town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for someone.
Who is it?
Someone very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but... I can't find them either.
Music.
I'm sorry. It's not your problem.
No, I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. So not only is that performance, as you said, it sounds normal, mostly normal here, Necromancer, in all the wrong ways. There is nothing normal about Angela or James, and you're supposed to get that impression that these are damaged people, damaged characters based solely on this interaction. And it's so watered down. It's so bland compared to the originals, and part of the charm that went along with the original voice actors is that many of them were not professional voice actors. Guy Seehee, the original James Sunderland in particular. Of course, Angela is voiced by Donna Burke, a great, talented voice actress and singer, who was able to give a really good performance to fit Angela's character, whereas Guy Seehee gave a much more natural approach to a lot of the lines delivered by James. And yes, in the original, I mean, the voice acting is not perfect. There are some deliveries and things that are pretty rough, and deliveries and things that could have been better, but the idea that this is more of a normal person, an everyman, just the way that he needs to be to kind of connect with him as a player, that aspect is completely gone. Just through this horrible performance. And again, Troy Baker and all of the voice actors and actresses for the HD remake, they're all talented, long-time professional actors, and it just seems like nobody tried, nobody cared. Yes, Zollington, the very same. That is the Donna Burke. She's the original Angela. She's also Claudia Wolf in the original Silent Hill 3. And then, yeah, the audio loop, like I mentioned in the beginning of the playthrough. Because the original voices were tied to the original music track, they had to replace the music track with the one from the OST, which is not the proper length, but they didn't even bother editing it to fit the scene. They just loop it really awkwardly. Again, nobody tried. There's no effort.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. Sure is quiet here, huh?
I guess.
I miss the sort of, like, disgust in Angela's voice in the original when you have that little interaction there. She's like, I guess. It's called Silent Hill, dumbass. So I talked about unnecessary changes in the beginning and pointed out the street sign and changing the numbers. Some artistic savant over at Hijinks Studios decided that this sign would look much more high definition if it was Comic Sans. Good change. It's much better now. Even the sound effects of like the footsteps and stuff off to the side. Listen how they abruptly stop and end instead of sort of fading out and sounding like they're distant behind you. Again, I noted that, dude, Crucix, thank you for the bit. Again, I pointed out that James is not trapped here. He's not here against his will. He's not stuck. And here's a little bit more dialogue just to kind of emphasize that point. There's no reason to go back. There's no physical barrier. There's nothing keeping him here. But he has no reason to go back. I'm going to look for Mary. He's here to find Mary. Some other artistic savant over at Hijinks Studios decided with this newspaper. I didn't point this out a couple nights ago. But this newspaper here, if you look, it's James. It's a screenshot from later in the game in the same fucking widescreen resolution, taking up a full page on that newspaper. They decided since the newspapers are HD now, you should be able to see what's on them, because you couldn't see that in the original. So, what do they put on it? A screenshot from the Historical Society looking at the painting of Pyramid Head. Because foreshadowing? At least they kept Jack Nicholson's face on this poster. Again, you can see that kind of edge on this like wall of fog texture as we're going along. And again, these like super clean roads, it all just feels weird. Ugh. That breathing noise. Can you find this? I wish you could. That is exclusive to Silent Hill 1, though. Oh, there you go. Once you're out here in the town, look at that fog wall. Look at that hard line of fog that just follows you around. Sound effect. Item sound effect pickup is different. It's playing faster and at higher pitch. One of the things about this that I actually discovered was if you try to rip the audio files from the original game disc, which I've done before, you'll notice that a lot of the sound effects are not playing at the same speed or pitch that they do in the game itself. When you rip the sound effects from the disc, or presumably from the beta code that Hijinks claims to have used, you'll have a lot of sound effects that don't play properly. That's because Team Silent had specifically adjusted them every single time the sound effects are used. So even when a sound effect was being repeated somewhere in the original game, it was usually tweaked or layered with other sound effects. It would play at a slightly different pitch or a slightly different speed. So when they pulled these sounds and used them for the HD collection, they didn't correct any of those sound effects the way they were supposed to. So instead, they all play at a default, and the default is not the correct pitch. Are these marks blood? You can't even see the blood quite as well because the streets are so clean and dark. That shadow just now. The lying figure also is still visible for that entire scene when it's supposed to disappear behind the layers of fog after a few steps. Hey, ZPL. Troy Baker is a better voice actor than Guy Seehee. You know what? I agree, but Guy Seehee is a better James Sunderland than Troy Baker. Here you can see a lot more of those building textures kind of close. And if you compare with the original, you can see, like, they completely cleaned up the wall textures, the ground textures here. The pavement and sidewalk is all cleaned. They put shutters on the windows and stuff like that. Hello, is this PS3 version? Yes, it is. This is the PlayStation 3 version on an original model PlayStation 3 via PlayStation Now. And you can do exclamation point title to see what we are doing. And you can also do exclamation point story to understand what the point of tonight's stream is.
Is it dead? What the hell is it? It's not human. Oh, yeah. Is this thing broken? What the? I'd better take it anyway. I might need it.
Walking Man, thank you for the 100 bits. And Chocolate Zombies, thank you for the host. So, the same way that I mentioned the newspaper that they added a screenshot of later in the game to for foreshadowing, they took away foreshadowing from that scene by making it almost impossible to hear what's going on under that radio static, the voice that you're hearing through the static, which is supposed to be Mary's voice, saying that she's waiting for James and also asking, "Why did you kill me?" It's one of my favorite things to point out about the original audio, because it's something that, even though it's clearly said, if you're not listening for it, you don't really hear it. And that's kind of, good audio mixing. It's something that you're not going to catch your first or second time through, maybe not even after several playthroughs. But if you know what to expect there and listen for it, you can hear it. Here, you can't hear anything through it. Just hate Troy Baker. He's been in too much stuff. As said, Troy's been in a lot of stuff, yes, but I feel he gives a much better performance in a lot of other things than he does with this. And I honestly like all of the voice actors and actresses who did the new voices for this. I just don't like their performances for this game. None of them was giving a very good performance. And Mary Elizabeth McGlynn herself was the voice director. So a lot of that, I think, comes from her just, I don't know, not giving a shit. It seems like they just kind of treated it like some random anime dub. And that's how a lot of the voice acting comes off. It feels like an anime dub, like a bad anime dub. Now that there's the lying figures around town, you can hear that their sound effects are also all screwed. Their walking and crawling sound effects are switched and not playing at the correct speed. What's with the fog? Looks worse than PS1 fog. Yeah, I don't know. They really fucked up trying to make this look right, because, yeah, look at this wall of fog that just moves with you. It's like a big bubble that explores the town with you. Frame rate's not even close to stable? No, it's not. There's times where it's a buttery smooth 60 FPS, and then it's just all over the place. You'll notice you heard footsteps, and I had run James up a little bit this way, that some of you who are a little more familiar with the game, or maybe watch me speedrun this often, noticed that. But part of that has to do with, again, they made an artistic decision to add a fade to black during scene transitions, which there is one in the original, but it's very, very quick. It's very, very brief. And once it's faded in is when you have control of the character and when everything essentially continues in the game. In this, the game continues, but everything is still black and fading in. Normally, that wouldn't be too big of a problem, but if you're ever in a situation, and there are many situations where if you go through and there's an enemy directly on the other side of a door, the enemy's going to approach and start attacking before you can even see what's going on. There's also several doors that are very, very close to each other where you'll transfer or go from one room to the next and then go through another door before the scene even fades back in. Yeah, so clean or pure road. It's terrible so much. Masahiro Ito's feelings on the HD collection road textures. Good direct quote. By the way, you'll notice probably a lot of the movement and stuff that I'm doing is a little bit awkward. That is because, again, I'm playing the worst of the worst tonight. This is an original model PlayStation 3, playing the HD collection, which is the worst possible iteration of Silent Hill 2 and 3 that you can get, via PlayStation Now, which is so bad, it's not even going to be available on the PlayStation 3 after August. So, lucky for us, it's still up now. Terrible so much may be English, but it's the best way to describe the HD collection. I think it's a pretty fair way to describe it, yeah. Hey, Serena. And hey, Immortal. But yeah, the combat there just reminded me. If it seems like I'm controlling this kind of awkwardly, that's because since I'm doing this on PlayStation Now, which is, again, that's the whole point. This is worst of the worst. Because I'm doing this through PlayStation Now, there is delay on a lot of the controls and movement and everything. There's like a half-second delay on everything, so it just feels kind of weird. Just a mannequin, but these clothes. What's the symbolism behind the mannequins? So the Silent Hill creatures, especially the mannequins, the nurses, the lying figures to a degree, a lot of them are simply there and designed to sort of represent a sort of pseudo-sexual nature. The fact that it's just two pairs of somewhat feminine-looking legs on each other. You can sort of look at it as mannequin legs attached by a joint, but because of the way they're designed, they also sort of look like they're wearing stockings. And the sexual nature and sort of sexualized design of the creatures is not only there to give the player a more disturbing feeling when encountering them, it also leads you to sort of get a more sexualized impression when they're interacting with each other, or more specifically with Pyramid Head. I'll go into that a little bit more in detail when we get to that scene. And the sexualized nature of the creatures themselves is supposed to be in itself a reference to part of James's character, part of James's psyche, that he's been dealing with his wife being ill for so long that, you know, as a faithful, or what we would presume as faithful husband, you know, he hasn't been able to have any sort of sexual activity with his wife, and it led him to, you know, sexualize other things, possibly the nurses who were caring for his wife when he went to visit her. And that element of sort of sexualizing something else and feeling guilty about it is represented in these sexualized characters and creatures. there's a key on the ground on the other side of the bars. If I stretch my arm out, I just might be able to reach it.
Ow!
Ha ha!
Hey, wait! Damn it!
Hey, wait! I can't reach it no matter how far I stretch, even with this fucking wooden plank that could reach it just fine. That's also Laura and her new voice actress. A very obviously grown-ass woman trying very hard to sound like a little girl and basically sounding like an anime character, like most deliveries in this tend to sound. Of course, we have the handgun in the shopping cart in the room that's all shot up. One of my favorite bits of fan speculation that's never been confirmed, but it's a bit of speculation that I've always kind of liked and kind of agreed with, that finding the gun in the shopping cart is kind of a reference to just how easy it is to obtain a gun in the United States, especially compared to Japan, where, you know, you're not going to just find a gun. Guns are so uncommon because of the much more strict gun laws in Japan. But in the United States, it could be as easy as, say, getting groceries. And yeah, depending on what state you live in, I live in Texas, you can absolutely go and buy guns at Walmart while you buy groceries. Listen very, very carefully for this sound effect, because when they mixed the audio, they left it way too low so you can barely hear it. There you go. And that's one of my favorite sound effects as well. What was that? Some kind of noise north of here. So, the reason why that's one of my favorite sound effects is because it's a layered sound effect. There are two screams. You hear the scream of a child and the scream of a man, and they're both sort of mixed together. The interesting about that is because of the way that they're mixed, when you're playing the game and not really paying attention to it, usually your brain will just sort of subconsciously hear one or the other. You'll hear the child or you'll hear the man. And it's once you kind of listen to it closely and hear both, you can kind of make your mind hear one or the other. It's kind of like those pictures where it's animated and it's like, you know, it's like a ballerina. Is she spinning clockwise or counterclockwise? And you can kind of fool your brain into making both ways work. It's sort of like that, but in audio form. But again, the detail of that audio effect is significantly diminished because the audio mixing for the HD collection is awful and was done by someone who did not know what they were doing. Even the red glow texture for Pyramid Head doesn't look right. I like the way An Eternal Enigma describes this as sort of jello effect, where it's like, it looks like red jello sort of oozing around. instead of the original glowing red effect. Dead. Who could have done this? So this corpse, much like almost every corpse that you encounter in pretty much the first half of the game, is James's model. And the setup of this particular corpse in this chair in front of this old-style TV is supposed to be, you know, a bit of foreshadowing for later. Although, because this is the HD collection, that TV is foreshadowing something much more sinister. It'll take a lot more hours to get to that scene, but I am going to have plenty to rant about once we get there. Room 202. This room used to be one of my favorite rooms in the original because of the lighting. And the lighting effects in this are really poorly translated over. So the glowing green effect and the glowing red effect are not so intense. Like here you can't even see it until you're like right up next to it. And in the original, the red and green sort of lightly color the room in these areas and sort of attract you to go and explore and examine what that light is. I do like this effect. At least the HD collection didn't mess this up. You have the dynamic effects like the moths. I still think this kind of stuff is pretty impressive for, you know, PlayStation 2. If you walk in, the moths will be attracted to your light, and if you turn your flashlight off, they float away. Of course, it's much easier to see them floating away in the original version because, you know, you can still see them with your light off. In this, it's too dark. The body of a dead butterfly is on the ground. There's nothing else of interest here. This is also one of my favorite sound effects. Luckily, they didn't fuck that up either. Are the TVs old style because it's the 80s? What year does the game occur in? There is never, ever a year established for these games. You're supposed to be able to feel that they can apply to kind of a general area of time based on the models of cars, based on the fashion, based on the models of electronics, but there's never anything explicitly given to give a year to any of the Team Silent games. It's too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of the hole. What's up, Bill? You missed the Comic Sans text? Yes, you did. Unfortunately. Got the clock key. It's very dark on stream without the flashlight. Can't see it at all. Yep. Normally, in most games, I would turn up the gamma so that you guys can better see what's going on. However, you seeing everything exactly the way that I'm seeing it is part of why I'm doing this. This is worst of the worst. I'm trying to convey exactly how bad these ports are, how bad this HD collection is. I talk a lot of shit about it, have been on my stream for years now, but this is, you know, first time, technically second time now, going through this and actually explaining why I talk so much shit about this. And again, if I'm trying to dress it up and make it look better for you guys, that kind of takes away from that whole point. Just wait till we get to Born from a Wish, which doesn't have a flashlight. But that's okay, Tom Hewlett made it playable. That's an actual quote from Tom Hewlett. He made Born from a Wish playable again. Fuck. You're also going to see me do this. I'd already forgotten about this since the last time I played, and that was a great reminder. Start and select are reversed. Select pauses the game. Start brings up the menu. I don't know. I don't know why they changed it. I have no idea. And there's no option to reconfigure. Just because I'm... Oh, Banereeker. What's up? Thank you for the host. Just because I'm desperately searching for anything positive to say about this, just because I'm sorry, I'm not usually quite so negative, but man, this is a horrible piece of trash. One thing, just to kind of talk about something slightly more positive, I find the new clock noise slightly less annoying than the original one. Have I seen the new King Kong movie? No, I have not gone and seen new movies in like almost a year. I don't really go to the movies too much anymore. Movies have not really impressed me, made it feel worth the cost of a ticket price. Gotta say, Nub, you're nitpicking about not being able to see in a pitch black room without a light source. I mean, that's fair. That's fair, Madav. But even with a light source, the game is dark, is the point I'm trying to convey. Yes, it should be dark if you're in a room without, you know, anything, but keep in mind, this is also not real life. This is a video game that you're supposed to be playing with your senses, your sight, and your ears. And the way that things are artistically conveyed, including the lighting, weighs heavily into how impactful parts of the game are. So, yes, it's a weird thing to nitpick about, but in this case, it's worth mentioning. When will I play Resident Evil 7 blind? Soon. At some point. I don't want to give a date yet because I do have a lot of other things planned to stream. We're going to be finishing up Rule of Rose with Jubes. We're going to be finally playing Metal Gear Solid 5. I still have yet to play Metal Gear Solid 5. I started it and played up like for 3 hours. Basically finished the intro and the first mission and got to Mother Base for the first time. And that's it. I haven't played any further. So, my good friend Hirimi, who has not been on the stream with me for like a long-ass time, we're finally making time for him to come by and play some Metal Gear Solid. And we're going to be going through Metal Gear Solid 5. And it's blind for both of us, so... But then, yes, I'll be doing Resident Evil 7 blind at some point as well. This cutscene can't decide if it wants to be letterboxed or not. It's letterboxed right now. But then there's, like, parts where it's not. Like, the first couple parts of the scene were not letterboxed. And then parts of it are. I don't know why. Somebody doesn't know how to do consistent fucking video conversion and make sure that everything is at the correct resolution. Okay, well, the infamous scene that we just watched, of course, there's so much to convey about this. That weird porn scene, though. And, yeah, you know, Pyramid Head sex interrupted. People saying, spooky ghosty with 100 bits saying, I'm too young for this. I love that everybody always reacts to the scene the same way because it makes explaining the scene that much easier. Nothing sexual is happening there. Pyramid Head is not raping anything. We don't even know if Pyramid Head has the anatomically correct parts to rape anything. But because of the design of the enemies, because of the look of the mannequins and the sort of sexualized nature, because of the overbearing appearance of the Pyramid Head and the way that it seems to pick on the other, you know, sexualized creatures, it's supposed to give you as a player the impression that some sort of sexual violence is happening, that's what's going on in the scene, even though that's not directly what's happening. The reason I like this so much is because Team Silent was very good at this. They set up a lot of scenarios in which you as a player are going to imagine something much worse than what's actually happening on the screen. And that's a way to really make things last with players. Why do you think this is such an iconic scene? People who have never played a Silent Hill game know that Pyramid Head rapes things, or think they know that Pyramid Head rapes things, because of this scene and because of culture as it is now. Memes, I guess. But the reason why that is all so strong and why that's such a part of the character is strictly through the design of these characters. And again, it was Team Silent's brilliant way of conveying something scary in your mind without necessarily having to show it right there on screen. They use the implication of things in order to strengthen sort of your imagination and help you build an image that's going to actually stick with you and be more personally scary to you because you created it. Jesus, frame rate's all over the place. It's definitely a sexual scene. Pyramid Head's design is phallic in a couple of ways. He's also representing the darker side of James's sexual feelings there. Yes, that is absolutely what he is there to represent. But we are not seeing something directly sexual happening. It's implied. There's a big difference. I could show that scene that just happened on basic television. It doesn't have to be on Cinemax. It doesn't have to be on those internet websites that you're so ashamed of you clear your browser every time you visit them. It's not definitely a sexual scene. It's an implied sexual scene so that you as a player can understand the symbolism of these creatures and of the Pyramid Head itself. And yes, that's a good point to bring up. I usually bring that up on these playthroughs, but the scene itself is inspired by a sexual scene from Blue Velvet. And I highly recommend you see David Lynch's Blue Velvet if you have not already. It's a brilliantly disturbing movie. If you like brilliantly disturbing games, you should absolutely see it, especially because it is a very influential movie to the Silent Hill games, this one in particular. Nashty, thank you for the host. There's a trash chute. There's some kind of strange garbage stuck in the hole. God, I'm going to do it every time. I'm going to pause the game before I open the menu because the fucking buttons are switched. 16 years of muscle memory with this game, pressing start to pause, and most video games. Team Silent probably couldn't get away with a graphic sex scene in a game, not that they necessarily wanted to. That's the thing, is they didn't want to. They didn't want to show you directly something on screen when they can imply something that's going to let you form visualizations and opinions of your own. That's the art of subtlety. Something that, and that's also a big part of psychological horror. If you're not affecting the psyche of the player, it's not very good psychological horror. And this game manages to do that with its dark tones, with its sexualized designs and creatures. You know, they could have made it much more explicitly sexual, but they did it just enough to disturb the player and sort of make you come to that conclusion, which is the appropriate conclusion to come to. It is the direct symbolism of the creatures and the character. But yes, like, that's kind of the whole idea of it, is that subtlety behind it. And that subtlety is by far a lost art when you compare to, say, the Western Silent Hill games, where let's convey that Travis's father killed himself. Do we do it in a subtle way? Nah, just have him hanging in a noose talking to you, and then turn into a monster. Or Downpour, like snapping a kid's neck and then just dropping the body there. They go for shock value rather than any kind of subtlety. They don't leave anything to the imagination, whereas these games do. And as said, that bit of imagination that's left to the player to kind of piece things together and to form your own impressions, that's what really makes, I think, these games stand out in so many people's minds. And that's why there's also so much discussion when it comes to the Silent Hill games, is because everybody will interpret these things in slightly different ways. The garbage bag is torn, and the contents are strewn all over. Got a coin, old man. What's this? Some gossip magazine, eh? So, this is great. This is, information that later on, when the B team, some of the lesser members of Team Silent, began working on Room 302, which was a side project that eventually became Silent Hill 4. When they decided to make it a Silent Hill game and started fleshing out the project, this is what they used for the inspiration for the story of Silent Hill 4. The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said, "He didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, He was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff, like, he's trying to kill me. He's trying to punish me. The monster. The red devil. Forgive me. I did it, but it wasn't me. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. It's why the original Alien is so fantastic. Ridley Scott hardly gives you any alien screen time. It's all in your head. I absolutely agree with that, Dr. Rockstar, and it's that point exactly, which is also why I am not a big fan of the game Alien Isolation. I did not like that one. A lot of people liked that one. I didn't like it, because once you see the alien, especially just kind of walking around stupid looking and looking for you, you're also not very isolated with all the other NPCs running around with you. That game was not at all what I thought it would be. It was disappointing more than anything, I guess. Welcome back, Trina. Ran in there really quickly, and out of that baby carriage grabbed the snake coin. So we've got 2 coins now. We'll need a third. But for now, we're going to go talk to Eddie. So before I even talk about the scene itself and the story here, I can't help but talk about the voice acting. The original performance here was done by Dave Shoffley, and the fake vomiting done here by Gara, what's his name? Liam O'Brien. It's awful. It's awful. It sounds like fake vomiting now. It's someone pretending to throw up. It doesn't sound authentic the way Dave Shoffley did it. And Dave Shoffley had the right idea about doing this. He used a cup of water and then would make fake vomiting noise, like take a sip, and then make fake vomiting noises while spitting out the water to make it sound gross. So Dave Shoffley, you can actually still hear Dave doing this when it cuts to the cutscene, but when it switches back to the character model scene, it's the new voice actor. So that's Dave Shoffley. And now it's back over to Liam.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie? Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that Red Pyramid thing, are you?
Red Pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird-looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me. So I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
Oh, James, you be careful too.
Yeah. So that's the new Eddie voice. He sounds stoned the whole time. Dave Shoffley gives a great performance for Eddie, and every time you sort of interact with Eddie, every scene with Eddie, he's sort of slipping more and more into insanity, or at least hiding it less and less well. And that gradual descent and change in Eddie's voice is pretty key to his character, but instead, all the way throughout this game, he just sounds stoned. Everybody just sounds really breathy in all of their dialogue, and again, I don't know, it feels kind of like a bad anime dub. We can get another little scene here.
Eddie, you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
What do you think about the cover art to the HD collection? I don't know, it's fine. It's cover art. The cover art for Silent Hill 2 is based on your region, is like, even with the original, there's like a bunch of different versions. There's like the North American version, the one with Angela's face on the box, and there's a bunch of variations on that based on your region. So, I mean, the box art looks fine. I can't really complain there. But the game within is not that good. Dr. Rockster asked, how do you know who did the fake vomiting sound? Because I've played these games a lot, and I read who does what in the credits. As for how do I know that Dave Shoffley was the one doing the original vomiting himself, he actually demonstrated. There's a playthrough of Silent Hill 2 that was done by a YouTuber by the name of Fungo. A lot of you who Silent Hill fans probably know Fungo as formerly one half of Twin Perfect. And he's always done a lot of Silent Hill content. He's got his own Silent Hill media website. He's done lots of stuff on his YouTube channel. And he did a story playthrough of Silent Hill 2 with Guy Seehee and Dave Shoffley. And they basically watched the playthrough. And during that playthrough, Dave Shoffley actually demonstrated how he did the fake vomiting by sipping the water and fake vomiting, making the vomiting noises while spitting the water back into the cup. So it's for sure Dave Shoffley in the original. That's how I know. But yeah, like, there's always going to be a source. Like, anything, if I don't have a source for my information, if it's not something that someone who was involved with the original creation of the games, that they said in an interview or anything like that, I make sure to point out that it's speculation or a personal theory or something like that. But otherwise, you know, any information I try to give on these playthroughs, I try to make sure it's as accurate as possible. And yeah. Can anyone toss that YouTube link into chat for later use? Yeah, if anybody wants to link to Fungo's channel or that video specifically, I highly recommend watching it. It's split up into 2 parts. The whole thing is, I think, about 4 or 5 hours long, but it's definitely worth a watch. A lot of cool information from Guy Seehee and Dave Shoffley and Fungo from that playthrough. So you get a little bit of information about Eddie's character in this room next to where you meet him, and that's a bit of a running theme throughout this, where characters, we learn a little bit about them based on their environment and how we meet them. Eddie has a specific history with football and a football player. And again, this is one of those things that is speculation. It's never directly said a lot of the details of what happened with Eddie. What we do know is that Eddie shot somebody who plays football in the knee, and he shot that person's dog and killed the dog, which is why he ran away to Silent Hill in the first place. He's supposedly laying low from the cops. But this is, again, speculation beyond that, whether this was a football player that Eddie idolized, who made fun of him, and then Eddie shot him. Or it may have been a football coach, and Eddie was wanting to be, a football player, and, was made fun of. The basic idea is that it was somebody who played football that, made fun of Eddie, and Eddie retaliated by shooting him in the leg, shooting him in the knee, and killing his dog. So it gives you the impression that Eddie solves his problems through violence, which also gives you the impression that Eddie is responsible for this body. And it's not until much later, when we start seeing more bodies left behind in Eddie's wake, that we are really confirmed that it is Eddie killing these people. And I don't think these are real people, by the way. Again, this is personal theory. I think these are manifestations created by the town. And they are put here to essentially taunt Eddie, just the same way as Maria is created by the town to essentially taunt James and constantly remind him of Mary. For Eddie, his nightmare is his negative body image. And he's insane, essentially, and reacts very violently to people making fun of him or judging him. And the idea that the town is creating these people to mock Eddie in some way, to sort of push him closer and closer towards insanity. Basically, the town's a source of power for whatever alignment is strong enough. So here's the thing with the town. Silent Hill 2 is a very different depiction of the town than 1, 3, or 4. 4, I mean, is very different in a lot of ways. But specifically, if we go with the town as it's established by Team Silent in Silent Hill 1. In Silent Hill 1... It's implied that the town is a town with a spiritual presence that has been tainted by the cult, and the nightmare is a result of Alessa's nightmare spilling out into reality, drastically changing the town itself. This game, the cult is just kind of in the background. They're not a part of the plot of Silent Hill 2. All that's established is the way that the town's power is sort of working. And again, it works very differently in Silent Hill 2 than the way that it was established. However, this version of Silent Hill, this idea that it sort of brings out your inner demons and forces you to face them in symbolic or not so symbolic ways, became sort of the formula that all of the Western games went with. With Silent Hill 1, it's not about Harry at all. Harry's not facing his inner demons. He's fighting real demons that have been created because of Alessa's nightmare. It's not a personal experience for him. That it was a very, very different situation that was established with the first game. With James, it's much more personal. And with Silent Hill 3, it's much more personal to Heather, but even then, it's not all unique to Heather. It's also being affected by Heather's previous existence as Alessa. It's being affected by Claudia Wolf. You know, it's not strictly Heather's internal demons that she's facing. But because the Western games basically only looked at Silent Hill 2 as their formula for how to make a Silent Hill game, Origins, Homecoming, everything afterwards was all main character with amnesia working out inner demons through the power of the town. And they don't even copy it in a very interesting or original way. So, I mean, the concept itself, even by the time Silent Hill 2 was a new game back in 2001, the idea of a main character with amnesia working out some sort of inner turmoil with a twist was already a very worn out trope, especially in horror. But with Silent Hill 2, it's not so much about that. It's about building up these characters and seeing how they deal with that. Not just, you know, that being the whole setup. Oh my god, Bakba Soup. Bakba Soup with a massive host. Welcome all 1,800 plus of you who are watching, coming over from Bakba Soup's channel. That is... the number's not right, but hey, I don't know how much it is. If it's 1,800, that is by far the most people I have ever had watching this channel in the last ever. Oh my god. I'm choking on happiness. But welcome everybody, and Bakba, thank you again so much for the host. Welcome to a very special night. For those who do not know me, I am Nub Zombie. I am a Silent Hill nerd. I play a lot of these games and talk about them to great extent. Tonight we are doing something very special. This is Worst of the Worst. We are playing the worst possible versions of Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3 that we can. This is the Silent Hill HD collection, unpatched, being played on a first model PlayStation 3 via the PlayStation Now game streaming service. Yeah, for a little segment that I like to call Worst of the Worst. Because as far as Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3 go, this is pretty much the worst of the worst possible versions that you can see. But how are you doing, Bakba? What did you just finish up? And I hope you guys like toilet sounds. Looks like there's something stuck inside the toilet. Looks like a wallet. There's some kind of memo in it. 16 right, 9 left, 4 right, 16. So James just sticks his hand right into that toilet. Doesn't roll up his sleeve, doesn't wipe his hand off. He felt that wallet was worth it. And that wallet contained the combination to open up this safe right here, which has, you know, some ammunition, couple health items. I think it's actually just health, or excuse me, just bullets. But I always find it a little bit more hilarious to make James stick his hand in the toilet for absolutely nothing. By the way, Nub, your problems with this HD collection side, how is the PSNow doing performance-wise? Oh, you just mean like how is PlayStation Now in general? Honestly, for these kinds of games, obviously we're playing a very shitty game for an example, but for these types of games where there's not a lot of really like fast-paced reactionary timing and things like that, if you're playing like RPGs and stuff like, you know, similar games through PlayStation Now, it's probably fine. But it's probably not as good because I'm playing it on an old-ass original PS3. And we're also just playing a really awful game in general, an awful port in general. The main thing that I've noticed is that there's some delay in your controls, in your inputs. So if you're trying to play something fast-paced, like a first-person shooter or something like that, through PlayStation Now, it's probably not going to be very good. Might be better on like a PS4 or something, but you're most likely still going to get some input delay, and I don't really recommend it for that. But yeah, it's probably fine for RPGs, things like that. Although whether you find that worth $20 a month, probably going to vary from person to person. Most of the time, it's probably not really worth it. Unless there's something that really you have no other option or way to play it. But most things, you have a better option than PSNow to play. So I mentioned before when we were kind of in Eddie's area, how the room next to him symbolized a lot about his character. This room, in particular, these doors, also reflect a lot about the character Angela Orozco, who we're about to have another scene with. The idea that this is essentially her parents' room, where she's contemplating something after seeing a photo of her family and tearing it in half. We'll look at that a bit more in a moment. But Angela's character, I've already talked about. You know, she's grown up with a history of sexual and physical abuse, and that abuse itself is reflected in this beaten and boarded up door right next to where we find her. And the fact that there's this teddy bear here gives the implication that it's something that she's been dealing with since she was a child, that it's not only for, you know, her adult life that she's been dealing with this. She's been living with this her entire life. A stuffed animal. Probably belonged to the kid that used to live here. So again, this scene in the original game, one of my favorite scenes. Very emotional scene that gives you a great impression not only of Angela's character and sort of the two sides of her character, but also James's way of interacting with her as well. But a lot of that impact from this scene is taken away just because of these very bland new voice performances. And like I've already mentioned before, because the original voices were tied in with the original music, and they pulled the music off of the original soundtrack to replace the music for these scenes, the music is not the correct length. And in this scene, that awkward loop that happens when the OST version ends, this scene is so long that awkward loop actually happens twice during this cutscene. So yeah.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela, okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. easier just to run. Besides, it's what we deserve.
No, not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say? How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, because this is where you're looking for...
Awkward music
How
loop
else
number
would I know?
1.
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry. I don't...
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I just slow you down.
What about that?
Here comes awkward music loop number
Will you
2.
Hold it for me.
Sure. No problem.
Right there. They don't even loop it on the
I
correct
kept
beat.
it.
It's
I'm
so
not
fucking
sure
lazy.
What I might do. I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please, don't.
It's painful. It's painful how little effort went into this. Those performances are so bland compared to the originals, compared to Guy Seehey and compared to Donna Burke's performances. And the music loop is so aggravating. It hurts me to know that I myself could have mixed the audio for this. Granted, I do have, audio engineering experience, but I could have done a much better job of mixing the audio for this game using nothing but Audacity. Like, it's so fucking lazy and badly done. It's amazing that they would release this game like this. A photo. God, and it just keeps looping if you stay in here. It's so fucking awful. So, with Angela, as far as the story, we're really supposed to get the idea that she's very unstable emotionally, switching back and forth between this sort of distant melancholy to a very distinct depression, to a very distinct fear of men when James reaches towards her. All of these things are really, really important, really key for the character. And again, we've already talked about the abuse that Angela has sustained throughout her entire life from her father and her brother. And you can see in this family photo, it's Angela and her mother, but her father and brother have been ripped away, torn out of the picture. And even though Angela's mother didn't physically abuse her, she was mentally and psychologically abusive towards Angela. But in that sort of situation, when you have a person realistically whose whole family is abusing them for their entire life, she doesn't know anything else. So she winds up still having this attachment towards her mother. But it's a strange sort of obsession at this point where Angela feels the only way she can really be at peace with what's happened to her is to kill her family and then herself. And we also picked up the prisoner coin. So we now have all 3 coins that we need to solve this puzzle. And before I solve this puzzle, I would like to share a little Easter egg with you. This is one that not a lot of people know. If you're a regular of the channel, you know what I'm about to talk about. But since we got that huge host from Bakba, many of you may not know this. So the text that is on these coins, you'll notice around the edge of each of these coins, there is some writing. The writing on the old man coin and the writing on the snake coin is identical. And the writing on the prisoner coin is different. So there are 2 sort of phrases here that's hidden in this text. And this is not another language, as a lot of people speculated at first. It looks like it might be Greek or something similar. It uses some similar characters. But this is actually a font. So let me... Oops. Give me a second to set this up. I don't have a scene for this ready, so I kind of have to make it on the fly. Come here. Let me get this text box. And window capture. There we go. So let me adjust this font really quickly. So the font that is used on these coins is symbol font. And, oops. Sorry, 1 second. Is it Comic Sans? No, it's not. So if you open up your own, if you're on Windows, open up your own text file and go through the fonts, you'll notice that there is a font called symbol font. And when you type symbol font in caps, it looks like this. So that is the text that is on the coin. Hopefully you can see that pretty well on the capture. So this is what is written around the edge of the coins. So there you go. This is the text here. And Fox's OSGN, thank you so much for subscribing. Can we get some games saved in chat for Fox's? Thank you so much for the support. All right. So this is the text. This is again the same text that's on the old man coin as well as on the snake coin. And if you take this font and change it into something else other than symbol font, this is what you get. Tugi-ha, Eiichi, Toshiko, Rinta, Asuma, Zate. Now, Tugi-ha is a little bit of a translation error that happens when there's certain Japanese characters that can kind of be written out multiple ways if you're trying to Romanize them or translate them to English. The character for tu can be written as tsu, and wa can be written essentially as ha. So this would translate roughly to Tsugiwa, Eiichi, Toshiko, Rinta, Asuma, Zate. Tsugiwa is a phrase in Japanese essentially saying up next is. It's more or less introducing a list of people. And that's exactly what the rest of this is. It's a list of people. Names. Eiichi, Toshiko, Rinta, Asuma, and Zate are all people who worked on Silent Hill 2. The most interesting of these names, the most notable, I should say, is the first one, Eiichi. Eiichi Ito is the item designer and graphic designer for all of the menu and items in the game. He was the guy who made all of these things. He's the one who made all these graphics. So Eiichi Ito is the one who's most likely responsible for this Easter egg. Now, that's the first bit of it. We also have the writing on the prisoner coin. And what's up, Starwin? So now if I switch back over to symbol font and take off caps lock and type in lowercase, now I can type out the phrase that is written on the prisoner coin. There you go. So if you start from the top center of the coin and go around clockwise, you'll see it matches exactly this text. And once again, if we take this text and change the font to something other than symbol font, we get this. Tatsuki ga kyonen no junigatsu ni umaremashita. This translates over to Tatsuki was born in December of last year. So this is somebody on the development team who had a brand new baby, a newborn baby, named Tatsuki. December of last year, presumably December of 1999 or 2000, when the game was in development. And this was Eiichi Ito's little way of kind of giving a shout out and congratulating them on their son's birth, on their son Tatsuki's birth. So there you go. Some hidden messages, little Easter eggs on the coins. Again, a really obscure Easter egg that not a lot of people know about, but definitely one of my favorites to point out. Okay, so now let's actually solve this puzzle. We have the coin of the snake, the old man, and the prisoner. And the prisoner, when you check the description, tells you looks like a woman. There's something written on the desk. 3 bright coins in 5 holes B. At one end sits the seducer of she. the snake. The wind from behind, the woman doth play. The woman being the prisoner. The wind representing an empty spot. The formless one, null, lies furthest from they. Once again, another empty spot. Starwin, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate the support, dude. Can we get some games saved for Starwin in chat? Thank you so much, Starwin. And by the way, if you guys are not already following Starwin, he is an absolutely amazing Silent Hill Homecoming speedrunner. Speedrunner of many things, but you know, my personal favorite is Homecoming, and Starwin is a beast and current world record holder for several categories, I believe, and been passing world record back and forth between himself and Dead Robots. But very, very impressive Silent Hill Homecoming speedrunner, and you should definitely give him a follow and check that out. Homecoming is not the greatest of Silent Hill games, but as a speedrun game, it is by far the most interesting speedrun game out of all of the Silent Hill games. If you've never seen a run of it, you should really, really try to catch it. Especially try to catch Starwin or Dead Robots. It's impressive. It's really cool. But thank you again, man. The old one beside the serpent sits not. 'Tis to the prisoner's left that he doth rot. There's a line of 5 1-inch round depressions set into the table. So the leftmost hole, null, formless, lies furthest from they, and at the other end sits the seducer of she. So on the right side would be the snake. And we get the Linehouse key. Warbirth, thank you for the host. The Linehouse key is another bit of a reference, or Easter egg. This is a reference to Adrian Lyne, who was the director of the film Jacob's Ladder. And Jacob's Ladder was one of the films that was very inspirational to Team Silent, and they reference it in many, many ways in the first 4 games. One of their favorite horror films and psychological films to take inspiration from. And if you've never seen Adrian Lyne's Jacob's Ladder, I highly recommend that you do yourself a favor and watch it. It is a fantastic film. And if you're a fan of Silent Hill, you will definitely enjoy it. You can hear some whispering going on there. That whisper is a randomized sound effect. In the original game, it's one of my favorite sounds. In fact, I like that sound so much that every time somebody hosts the channel, that's the sound effect that plays. It's very quiet, so you don't always hear it. But yeah, every time somebody hosts, those whispers will happen. Although, for the HD collection, even the whisper is messed up. Like I mentioned towards the beginning of the playthrough, if you rip the audio from the original game, you'll find that a lot of the sound effects that are used... There we go. There was the whisper. Demonio testing it out. Thank you for that host, Demonio. But the sounds, when you rip them from the disc, do not actually play at the same speed and pitch that they do in game. Apparently, Hijinks, who was responsible for this HD collection, was unaware of that, and when they ripped those sound effects to use for this collection, they did not properly adjust them to play at the right speed and pitch. So instead, the whispers are playing slower, pitched down, and much quieter than they should be. Same thing for that item pickup noise. It's the same problem. They pulled the sound effect off the data, and they didn't correctly adjust the sound effect. Exactly, Devo. Paid professionals should know this. Like, they should know... They should have been expecting these things and known how to properly fix them and implement them into the game, but... Everything about this HD collection seems like it was done by people who either were not capable of doing their job or simply could not be bothered putting in the effort to do it properly. Should do another group movie night and watch it. Yeah, we'll definitely do that at some point, Haunter. We'll watch some of the Silent Hill movies that inspired Silent Hill and inspired Team Silent. So one of these nights we'll do a movie night, and we'll do like Jacob's Ladder, Blue Velvet, Eraserhead. Also, the new season of Twin Peaks is going to be starting, I think, next month. I think it starts in April. So we will... one thing I would like to do is, if people would be interested, is marathon through all of Twin Peaks over maybe a couple of nights or something. Split it up and do like a few hours each night. But I'd love to go through Twin Peaks with everybody, because if you've never watched all of Twin Peaks, you are missing out. Spooky Ghosty, thank you for the 100 bits. And by the way, you don't actually have to fight Pyramid Head there. If you just stand around and avoid him for long enough, usually takes about 5 or 6 minutes, he'll just walk away on his own. But it's faster to shoot him. He'll leave quicker. New Twin Peaks is in late May. Still, it's coming up soon. But that's fine. That gives me more time to watch through all of Twin Peaks. Because I've already watched all of Twin Peaks, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 times through. But I'd love to go through it again with you guys on Rabbit as a movie night, TV night, whatever. Oh boy. So, who's ready to hear Laura sound like an middle-aged woman trying to sound like a little kid and instead sounding like a random anime child? I don't know. Not even a child. Anime girl? I don't know. Bad voice acting. Who likes that? Well, here you go.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Oh, wait! How do you know Mary's name?
Yeah. Yeah. That's Laura now. That's HD Laura. So they, at the very least, oh God, I just don't even know where to begin. It's like I'm literally stunned by some of the choices that were made in this game, in this HD collection. And Team Silent at least got a kid to actually play the voice of a kid. You know? Jacqueline Breckenridge, the original voice actress for Laura, yeah, she was not the greatest voice actress, and there's a lot of Laura's lines that don't sound very good. Her deliveries are not the best, but at least she sounds like a kid. Now Laura doesn't even sound like a kid. Why does her voice echo? Because the audio engineering genius who was in charge of the HD collection decided that it would be awesome to put echo reverb on everything. Every single scene, every single bit of voiced dialogue has that same reverb to it. Sometimes it's more noticeable than others based on the background noise, but yeah, it's lazy audio engineering and really strange choices, really bad choices in how to record these voices and what effects to use. So this is that park. Mary, are you here? Bad child acting doesn't stand out as much to me as adults trying to sound like kids. It depends. Like, they got real kids to voice kids in Downpour, and we know how good that voice acting was. Do you know the rhyme? Then you are the boogeyman. I mean, just having a child portray a child is not always good. But I feel like Jacqueline Breckenridge did a fine job with Laura. Most of her deliveries were fine. Like, there's been much worse child voice acting than Jacqueline Breckenridge's portrayal for Laura. And again, yeah, the very obviously adult trying to do a voice for a kid. In this, it does sound very jarring.
Mary?
Speaking of jarring...
No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Sorry, I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She said she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake. I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special
Don't worry about that edge of the game
I'll
world
bet
being
it was.
visible because the fog effects are fucked up or
Don't get so
anything.
mad.
Just ignore
He's
that.
just joking.
Just pretend it's not
Anyway,
there.
It's not that way. It's this way.
Here. Oh, the music loop.
You're coming
Once
with me?
again, offbeat.
You were just gonna leave me?
No.
When all
but-
these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah. So, Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, if some of you might be hearing her voice and going, the voice for Maria sounds familiar. That's because Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, if any of you are fans of Ghost in the Shell, not the new movie, but the old anime, Mary Elizabeth McGlynn was Major Motoko Kusanagi in the American English dub of Ghost in the Shell. And she's basically doing the exact same voice for Maria. And those of you saying that Maria's voice, because deeper, sounds sexier, she does the exact same voice for Mary as well as Maria. There's absolutely no distinction between her trying to do a different voice for these two characters. In the original, Maria and Mary were voiced by the same voice actress as well, Monica Taylor Horgan. But she actually put on a different voice for Mary and Maria to make them sound distinct. And that's very important in many of these scenes, especially the iconic jail cell scene later on. But with this, Mary was like barely trying. Don't worry about it, Trina. I just don't like impatient people who tell the streamer what to do. No need to bring any more attention to it. Just enjoy the show. This is not a speed run. I'm taking my time talking about this collection, talking about these games. So if you're the type of person to say, hurry up, move on, keep it to yourself. What is the sub badge of? It is me. It's a little caricature of me. And the longer you're subscribed, the more rotted away it becomes. This is one of my favorite things. This happens on the original as well. If you're running along the road here, you can see the legs. I just realized that. You can't see that in the original because the fog obscures it. But look there. Look on the right of the screen. Look at the mannequin legs sticking up in the ground, sticking up from the ground. They're going to come flying over the rail when I take another step. Oh, that's amazing. Normally you can't see those until they fly over the rail. But HD collection... That's great. I never noticed that last time. There's also no sound effect for when those mannequins hit the pavement. In the original, it actually makes a sound when they land. But I guess they forgot to put that sound effect in. So, little bit about Maria, a big part about Maria right now. Maria is not a real person. She was created by the town. She's a manifestation of James's desire, both for his wife, to see his wife again, but also his other desires, his more sexual, primal desires, all sort of rolled up into a creation by the town, this character Maria. She's a manifestation just like the monsters, just like Pyramid Head, and because of that, she follows the same rules as a manifestation. She does not appear the same to other people. Laura, for example, does not see creatures or anything. Eddie sees his own creatures, sees people mocking him, that we as players never see. We see their corpses, but we never see them up and moving around and talking, because that's exclusively what Eddie is seeing. In the case of the Abstract Daddy later on, we see a creature, whereas Angela sees her father, Thomas Orozco. In this case, we're about to enter the bowling alley where Eddie and Laura are. Because Maria is a manifestation, she can't be seen by Eddie or Laura, and because of this, she needs to make up an excuse to not go in there. And so, she doesn't like bowling.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back, okay?
And BB Lemon, thank you for the 100 bits.
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Ha! You're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
Nah, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you're sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me.
Did you find that lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
Eddie?
Oh, you're...
James. We, met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember, but...
Are you alone here, Eddie?
No.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie! Let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? Why?
Laura? Is that her name?
Well, that's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
Let's sound way angrier than the original for no real reason whatsoever. And Eddie's just going to continue sounding stoned. Beautiful music, bad voice acting, yeah. At least they didn't fuck up this song. This is one of my favorite songs in the game. And there's the awkward loop of it. So they did fuck it up a little bit. But not too bad, I guess. It still has that awkward music loop that just irks me all the years of working with music and working with audio. Just it pains me. It hurts me. It's just so lazy. What's up, Dextino? Thank you. Is he out of breath while eating? What's up, Barbie? Yeah, Eddie's like so fat, everything just makes him out of breath, you know, tying his shoes, eating pizza. He's just breathing into his pizza.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
Eddie edited the music. Eddie ate the audio engineer halfway through.
She went through there.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there.
Since there's no background noise, you can really hear that weird reverb effect in some of these scenes. Although, at the very least, even with that weird reverb effect, they remembered to at least record the audio, which they forgot to do here. If you examine that alleyway again, you get another cutscene. But I guess the people who... The studio hijinks, when they worked on this, I guess nobody came over here to check and see that this cutscene exists, so they didn't record any audio for it. Whoops. We forgot. We were so busy making everything super HD. Forgot to record that line. Fucking idiots.
It's no good. It's locked.
That's one of my favorite little interactions between James and Maria. A little bit of a interesting tidbit about the animation there. James trying to peek over Maria's shoulder was actually improvised by the original voice actor and motion cap actor, Guy Seehee. He wanted to kind of portray that side of James, that he does have some kind of perverted tendencies, And it doesn't really show too much in the game. It's mostly through the symbolic and sexual nature of the creatures, but you see it from the character himself when he's kind of trying to watch Maria pull that key out of her top. And yeah, that was actually improvised by Guy Seehee, and apparently Team Silent liked it so much they were like, "Oh, keep that in." Ducky, what is up, dude? Thank you for the host. There's some dialogue here that I really like, some text that gives you a bit of insight, again, into James's character, a bit about his depression, and that he dealt with it through alcoholism. Liquor bottles. I don't need that right now. It's not that I don't drink. In fact, I drink a fair bit. To get away from the pain, the loneliness, but the drinking never changes anything. Anyway, I don't need it now. There's something that I have to do. Get out of here before the music awkwardly loops. Yoshio, what's up? Thank you for the host.
Over there.
Oh, hey. They fixed the sign. It actually says Brookhaven. In the original Silent Hill 2, that says Blookhaven. So they fixed that, but there's also a bunch of typos in the game that they left in, and then a bunch of stuff that they changed for no reason. It's just kind of like all over the place. Ever have a game so good and emotionally exhausting that it gives you a headache? That just happened with Nier Automata. Such a good game. The original Silent Hill 2? Nah. I can't even say that. It doesn't really... It's never been... it's never given me a headache. This version legit gave me a headache when I was playing it a few nights ago. But yeah, I plan on getting around to Nier at some point. I have so many other games that I've been meaning to get around to. It's like I said, we're going to be wrapping up Rule of Rose with Jubes later this week. Sometime probably next week or so, we're going to be finally playing Metal Gear Solid 5 for the first time with my friend Hirimi. I'm going to be picking up a PlayStation 4 and going through Neo and Bloodborne for the first time soon. So there's a lot of stuff. But Nier will happen as well at some point. So these patient logs I actually really like. They reflect each of our main characters in this game. We have James, Eddie, and Angela as our three main characters that the world is sort of being shaped by. And these patients seem to all reflect those aspects of each of these three characters. So we have Jack Davis. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. That element of feeling suicidal, normally a model patient, follows doctors' and nurses' orders, but will have sudden and violent suicide attempts, is somewhat reminiscent of the suicidal tendencies that we see depicted by Angela. Joseph Barkin. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he's guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions, normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. Very similar to our main character, James. He believes he is guilty of causing his wife's death. He is guilty of causing it. He had a psychotic break on his way to Silent Hill, which is why he is in the current mindset that he's in, why he has so much misinformation on his past, how long his wife has been dead and how she died, is all a result of his psychotic break, and his paranoid delusions manifest themselves through the creatures. He is normally calm, but becomes more aggravated and violent when certain things happen, especially when people lie to him or when he perceives them as lying to him. Joshua Lewis. History of hospitalization, as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. So that is very similar to Eddie and his tendency to solve his problems through violence. You make fun of him with your eyes. You judge him by looking at him. He kills you. He shoots you. If you don't mind it being shipped, I might be able to get you a decent deal on PS4. Well, I had planned on buying one online because, I can find better deals online than going and picking it up in a store or anything. But, no, I'll talk with you some after it, Ducky, and if it's feasible, and if it's, considerably cheaper or anything, then yeah, we might be able to work that out. And Scoot. What's up, Scoot? Thank you for the host. Demon Zero, this is Silent Hill 2. Something is written on it. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven, like him, to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. This is one of my all-time favorite descriptions for Silent Hill in general and for the Otherworld in particular. It's later in the series with the Western developers and with the movies. They started sort of going with the idea that Silent Hill is a purgatory, that this is a hell of sorts that you go through to work out your inner demons, and that this purgatory is essentially an alternate dimension to reality. Which is not the case. It was never the case, even from Silent Hill 1. That was never what was established by Team Silent. The idea was always that Silent Hill is a real town with a tainted past due to the cult activity and a very real spiritual power that inhabits the entire area. And that power is influenced by things like the cult. And when the town influences reality around it, it is in fact influencing reality. It's not creating another dimension. It's shaping reality And that reality is then in turn perceived by different people in different ways. But I love this description for it. The fact that there is no wall between here and there. There's no distinct this dimension, that dimension, reality or unreality. It's somewhere in between. And I like that. I think that's a really apt description. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us, his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind. But to him, there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he's happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Something else is written by hand. I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. Got the purple bull key. What's up, Jupai? What's up, Fate? Widescreen Silent Hill 2? I wouldn't Craigasm just yet. Welcome to Worst of the Worst. For those who are not familiar with Worst of the Worst, that's what's going on tonight. All right, got the shotgun.
Ow.
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
And the bent needle. Got the lapis key. There's a typewriter here. I've got no use for this. I wonder if that's a jab at Resident Evil. Wait a minute. What's this? There's a sheet of carbon paper still stuck in the typewriter. I can still read the imprint left on it. I know it. I know the number of the box. 9598. It can't help him anymore. The button key doesn't scare me, so nobody can stop who I am. I don't know who I am is who I am is who I am is. $9598 again. I noticed that too, Lulu. It's the same as it was last night, even though or not last night, but last time we streamed. So here's the bit of information that I know as far as all of my experience speedrunning Silent Hill 2. Certain codes like that one are randomized every time you play the game, but they're not truly random. All of the codes essentially will happen on a seed, and the seed itself is randomized, and I believe there's something like 255 different seeds that you'll get randomly every time you start a new game. The seed is determined as soon as you're on the title screen of the game, before you even start a game. So, with that said, because I'm playing the HD collection, I don't know if that's the HD collection or a result of playing it through PSNow, but it seems that by starting over and starting a new game, I somehow got the same seed that I got when I started the game last time, which means that either the HD collection or the PSNow version does not randomize things as much as the original console versions or the PC version. Kind of a strange thing. Maybe a result of the beta code that was used.
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Oh yeah. That, like, piss and sweat stained bed really looks super comfortable. What's up, Call Me Gooby? Yes, this is pre-recorded. I knew that you would be here at this exact moment in order to give the illusion that this is live. God, I just heard the loop for the music in here, too. Reaver, thank you so much for the 40 bits. Oh, my dog.
I'll be okay soon. Did you find Laura? James, I want to ask you something. What if you can't find Mary? What'll you do?
I haven't thought about that.
Nub's channel is in between reality and unreality. There's something on the floor. Is this a diary? So the same way that those patient files that I read earlier sort of reflect James, Angela, and Eddie, this diary in turn reflects a lot about Mary's character. May 9th. Rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here. Nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10th. Still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic. Weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11th. Rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12th. Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Here's one of the typos that they didn't fix. And this typo's in the original as well. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13th. It's clear outside. The doctors told me I've been released, that I've got to go home. The diary ends here. There are no more entries. What was a diary doing up here? Does Silent Hill break the fourth wall? Not really. Outside of a couple Easter eggs and like some of the joke endings, kind of. For example, in Silent Hill 3, there's an Easter egg where Heather will like examine a toilet and she like looks right at the camera like, oh, who would ever do something as disgusting as that, in reference to sticking your hand in a toilet. But, you know, she says it directly towards the camera, towards the player. But that only happens if you've already got a completed Silent Hill 2 save file and, you know, you find that Easter egg in Silent Hill 3. So, I mean, yeah, outside of some little Easter eggs and stuff, no, it doesn't really break the fourth wall. But yeah, that diary seems to have been written by a patient who was terminally ill and very similar to Mary, and was being sent home, not because they were better, but just because they were most likely, you know, going to die soon. And rather than deal with putting that burden on their family, they chose to come up here, write most of their last entry in the diary, and then most likely it's implied that they leapt from the roof of Brookhaven and took their own life, which is why these fences are now necessary. And we're also going to have our own plunge from the roof in just a moment. The door won't open. Something's holding it closed from the other side. It won't open no matter how hard I try. Hey, what's up, Avatar? Yep, we've got global game saved emotes now. The first 2 sub emotes are up. We've got some others in the works, and those will be up soon. But, yeah, now if you're a subscriber, you can spam game saved in anybody's chat. Tryhard's large father donated $6.66. Will you take this bribe to never play Silent Hill HD Collection again? Maybe. I'm definitely not going to be doing this often. Once we get through it tonight, it's going to be a long time before I do this again. So... The metal net is rusty and falling apart. It looks like if I push hard, I could move it away. But thank you so much for the $6.66. Appreciate that, Tryhard. Something is written on the wall. If Joseph looks calm, he can be taken out of his cell. There's something written on the wall. 2421. Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure these are the exact same numbers that we got from playing a few nights ago. Which means that if you just play this through PSNow, you'll always get the same seed. So you can know ahead of time what these combinations are. as well as what the briefcase combination would be, the location of the arsonist for the hangman puzzle. All of that would be exactly the same as the last playthrough. On that note, though, as far as speedrunning goes, I've tested this, and by brute forcing these codes, even if by examining the code or reloading a save through an emulator, if you know what the code is ahead of time and try to plug it into the box, it won't actually work. The game makes you come over and look at these codes before they actually work. Even if you plug the correct code in early, the game won't let it work. So it won't actually affect speedrunning. You'll know what things are ahead of time, but you'll still have to do them the same way. Turn, turn, turn the numbers. Better not forget them, so I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. Golemir, thank you for the $5. Again, multiple joy, 4th number female name that starts with Z. Again, multiple joy, 4th number female name that starts... Oh, you're very joyful, very happy about Zelda, Breath of the Wild. You're still on that Zelda kick. I'm glad you're having fun with it, Golemir. Thank you again for the 5. It's not PlayStation Now, it's just the PlayStation 3 HD version. No randomness at all, same codes. Wow, that's shitty. Yeah, I honestly, I hate the HD collection. I've obviously spent the last 3 hours complaining about it. But because of that, I mean, I haven't played this one that much, especially... I haven't played it and tried to speedrun it and do any kind of research into that. So I wasn't sure if that was just this version of the HD collection or if that was because I'm doing it through PlayStation Now. But apparently, yeah, I'll take your word on it that that's just the PS3 HD collection in general. It doesn't randomize things the same way as the other versions, which is, again, what a stupid oversight. Golemir with another 5. Thank you so much. Yep, rejoice for Zelda, taking a break from it now and eating ice cream. Good stuff. Thank you so much, Golemir. Yeah, at some point I'm going to have to get around to the new Zelda. Everybody won't shut up about how amazing it is. I just don't want to buy a Switch for it. And I don't want to buy a Wii U for it either, because I don't have either console. So, I mean, no matter what, I'm buying a new console. And in both cases, I would pretty much only be getting it for Zelda. So it's just a big investment for one game that I'm not ready to make. How does PSNow work? You pay $20 a month, and there are several games that are available through PlayStation Now. And you basically, using a high-speed internet connection, you are streaming the game directly to your console rather than downloading it and installing it and playing a digital copy. So it's constantly streaming the game information to your console, which causes delay and lag and frame rate issues. And yeah, I'm purposefully doing that because it's bad. I'm also doing this on an original model PlayStation 3, which is so bad with the PlayStation Now service that it's not even going to be continued. Sony's going to cut off PlayStation Now services from the Vita and from the PS3 later this year in August. So, but for the time being, It works right now, and it's very shitty. But yeah. The whole idea is to play the absolute worst of the worst versions of Silent Hill 2 and 3 that are out there. And this is it. Luis, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. I guess Luis is the name of the hair, or maybe the name of the person that the hair came from. And the fact that 4 is written out as the number 4, I believe is a hint to needing 4 keys to open this box. The lapis eye key, the purple bull key, and the 2 combinations. So it was 9598, 9598, and 2421. The control delay when you're playing a game on PlayStation Now is why, like, a lot of those things where I'm trying to, like, move a cursor and input something are a little bit weird. Because, like, there's, like, a half-second delay when you push any button, like a direction or anything. And once you let go of the button, it continues on for, like, another half second after you've let go. So it's really hard kind of moving the cursor where you want it to go. Nothing inside. No, I'm wrong. There are a few hairs inside. Real-time streaming of video games just seems a little weird to me. Yeah, Rongarian pretty much hit what I was about to say. It's an interesting concept, and I think it would work well, but yeah, you need to live in a perfect world with perfect internet connections, as well as consoles and everything that can handle it and process it correctly. But yeah, it does seem a little bit weird. I would much prefer having a digital copy or something, you know? Should just move to NASA where they have 92 gigabytes per second internet. Man, I would settle for Google Fiber, and what sucks is I live in Austin, Texas. Like, there is Google Fiber here, but not in my area of Austin yet. I've actually been considering saving up and moving to another part of Austin just so that I will be able to have access to Google Fiber internet. Because right now, the best I can do where I'm living currently is the highest tier speed that AT&T offers for a non-business plan, which is not all that great. It's like 60 down and 20 up, which is at least, you know, that's more than enough for what I need for streaming. But, I don't know. It's also AT&T, and I haven't been able to stream the last couple nights because my internet was all fucked up, so it's also not the most reliable. I was on Time Warner before that, though, and that was way worse, so... Well, it's been a little bit, but it's time for some more bad voice acting.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura...
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait, there's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
What?
I wanna go get it, is that okay?
Yes, yes!
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back, in the desk.
Laura? What are you doing?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess I won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat, open up!
Wait, you...
Laura!
You fart face!
James. James.
Oh, I'm so good they replaced the rain effect with this super HD rain effect. It looks so nice. I feel like it's actually raining. I like how it has less of an impact on the ground than the rain effect in fucking Silent Hill 1 on the PS1. Awful. Absolutely awful. Just terrible. There's a piece of paper on the bed. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark, and I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I will never, ever go back there. Get our dry cell battery and basement storeroom key. And I always like this little bit of text. It, again, kind of gives a little bit of insight into James's mindset at the moment, of the way that he interprets the image of these hands painted on the wall. Part of the wallpaper is torn. I can see something drawn on the wall beneath. Are those hands searching for something? Or are they just a sign of pain? Interesting interpretation, James. And there's the squeal sound effect. Except it's broken and it just plays over and over and over and over. Or... wait a minute. This time it only played like twice. Oh, there it goes. When I was playing this last time, it basically would just keep doing it. That sound effect, by the way, it sounds... a lot of people are like, oh, it sounds like a pig squealing or something like that. It's actually the sound of a baby crying that is sped up and pitched up. There's a shelf here. There are red handprints on the shelf. Time for another half-assed Mary Elizabeth McGlynn performance.
James!
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I just...
Then stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel
The
sorry
hell are the
for
shadows
her.
trying to do?
She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
Got the ring from the basement's basement. Excuse me. I just met you, but you're supposed to take care of me. Well, the idea that she feels that James is supposed to take care of her is to show that she has Mary's thoughts and memories. It's the same reason why she feels a connection, that she feels the need to protect Laura. Whoops. And this is one of my, like... I mean, all of the new voices are awful, but this one in particular is, like... It's such a shame how badly they did this with the elevator game show on the radio. The original, like, crazy-sounding announcer is replaced with just generic radio voice, game show voice. And there's, like, there's no real character behind it. And they also took out the little, like, music that's playing in the background as well.
Hi there, everybody! Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to another exciting edition of Trick or Treat! Here you either answer the questions correctly and win a great prize, or fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment. It all depends on you. And our lucky, or should I say unlucky, challenger today is James! James Sunderland! Are you ready to play Trick or Treat? Okay, here's your first question. Merry-go-round, haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacups. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay, quickly, on to question number 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, spattered blood, and finally... What a terrible tragedy! What a gruesome end to such innocent lives! Now, the question. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Guy. Now, for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Paleville, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is... what is the name of that road? 1. Buckman Road. 2. Rendell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful. If you're wrong... Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
What was that?
Enjoying Jameson doing this. The biggest issue is the lack of the radio voice filter. The biggest issue is the lack of character in the voice that he's doing. Like, there was so much kind of like craziness behind the announcer voice, and now it's so fucking boring. It's so generic. I mean, he's a good voice actor. Again, like I've said many times, I like all the voice actors who do the new voices in this game, but none of their performances in this felt like they put any kind of effort into it. But yeah, the lack of music, the lack of radio filter, those little details missing does take a lot away from that as well. Something that looks like a refrigerator. Open it.
You can't open it?
Yeah. Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James, you take it.
Thanks.
Thanks. Do you have any rolling papers? There's a note on the ground. Inside is some kind of hard-to-read writing. I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. What's up, Elliot? Leave her alone. Leave us both the hell alone.
Open up!
James! James!
No!
James!
They forgot to put a sound effect there. That's gotta be like the quietest death version of that death scene. Other than like complete silence. Pyramid Head is very, you know, conscious of other people. He doesn't want to be noisy, bother anybody. How long will I be streaming today? Until I finish Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. However long that takes. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. A manifestation killed another manifestation. Aren't they supposed to be allies or something? Yeah, because the manifestations are all such good friends. We saw how good of friends Pyramid Head was with those mannequins earlier. But just being created by the town doesn't mean that they're on the same side. Plus, they've both been created, all the manifestations are created for a very specific purpose. In the case of both Pyramid Head and Maria, it's for the purpose of tormenting James. James is constantly reminded of his wife through Maria's appearance, and is constantly facing or reminded of his guilt through the appearance of Pyramid Head, the Pyramidants. I almost said. But yeah, just because they're manifestations doesn't mean that they're allies of any kind. They're there to serve the purpose of the town. They are there to reflect these elements of James's mind, and she didn't die anyway. She comes back. Is she reborn multiple times? Yes. She does not die. Just the same way that Pyramid Head does not die, really. He kind of kills himself at the end because it's reflective of James kind of moving past that element of guilt. Whereas with Maria, until she has served her purpose, will continue to exist. And her purpose involves dying multiple times as well. So, as said, life and death don't work the same way for manifestations. Wow, Nub, spoilers. Yeah. Just in case anybody here is genuinely concerned about spoilers, there you go. As a warning, Silent Hill spoilers for all games, movies, comics, etc. come up in this channel a lot. If the title does not specifically say no spoilers, expect Silent Hill spoilers of all kinds. If you're not cool with that, maybe watch another time. Maria's dead. I couldn't protect her. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Laura has run off somewhere. Mary, what should I do? Are you really waiting somewhere for me? Or is this your way of taking revenge? But he doesn't quite go that far. I'm going to find Mary. It's the only thing I have left to hope for. I like that dialogue because it shows that James is kind of starting to toy with the idea that Mary is having a revenge against him of some sort, but he doesn't quite entertain the idea. He kind of trails off. So there's a glitch here that I used to think was exclusive to the PC version, but apparently it's in the HD collection as well. If you re-enter Brookhaven and then quickly turn and leave again. Obviously that wasn't very quick, so it didn't work. There we go. Oh, still didn't get it. Hold on. There we go. So you re-enter Brookhaven, quickly, quick turn, exit through the doors again, and you are now able to run through the town with the piano music continuing. It's kind of a nice glitch. Did you ever explain why Pyramid Head has a pyramid head? What kind of symbolism is it supposed to represent? According to Masahiro Ito, the hard angles of the pyramid are supposed to give the interpretation of carrying a heavy, painful weight. And I think it conveys that just fine. Oh boy, the frame rate is really struggling. The game is like... It's got these moments where it really slows down. And it's worse in 3 than it is in 2, so... It's only downhill. Happened to see Ito's recent posts about scrapped Silent Hill concepts. Oh yeah, of course. I follow Ito on Twitter, and like I keep up with all of his work and everything like that. He's an amazing artist, and as said, now that he's kind of doing a lot of projects kind of on his own, it's interesting to keep up with it. And every once in a while he still posts a lot of his old Silent Hill sketches, talks about some of the old concepts, gives a little bit of insight when fans ask him questions on Twitter, so I follow him pretty close. It is interesting to think about when you see some of the concepts and things that were scrapped and things that didn't get used. It's kind of interesting to think like what other Silent Hill games and things there could have been that just never came to be. There's a memo lying on the sofa. I'll wait at Bar Neely's. We will definitely go check that out. Excuse me. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now, no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. Wonder if Konami will ever attempt another Silent Hill after the cancellation of PT? I highly doubt it. Konami's shown that they're not really bothering with focusing on games the way they used to anyway. Outside of, like, Metal Gear Survive and Pro Evolution Soccer. But, first off, I don't think they'll ever do anything else with Silent Hill. Maybe a cell phone game in Japan. Maybe pachinko slot games, since they've already made one of those. They might make more, but as far as like an actual Silent Hill game, I don't think so. Furthermore, I don't think we really want Konami to make any more Silent Hill games. I mean, look at what has happened to the series over the last 13 years. I guess 10 years, starting with Origins. There was a franchise here. It's gone now. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. I like these big ominous messages. These are some of the most, like, infamous messages in the game that people reference and remember all the time. Especially there was a hole here. And these are the scenarios where you kind of have the town almost talking with the characters directly. And if you're going to have the town giving information to the character directly, I feel this is a much better and creepier way to do it than, say, Howard Blackwood the mailman. Nothing scarier than a mailman? I mean, they really seem to think so. When they were, when the second movie was coming out, when Revelations was coming out, Universal Studios put a, like a Silent Hill haunted house in some of their parks. And even though he's got nothing to do with the movie, they hired a guy to dress up like Howard Blackwood and scare people waiting in line for the haunted house. And apparently he would do that by standing still and staring at them I want to point out here, this is one of the things that I've complained about in Downpour. I know we're not even playing Downpour or anything, but it's one of my complaints. For the surprise ending in Silent Hill Downpour, you have to go around the town and dig up some artifacts where the ground is noticeably soft. And you have to have a shovel. If you don't have a shovel, Murphy will not dig into the ground. And I just want to point out that here in Silent Hill 2, you have to dig up this box. And James digs it up with his hands like a fucking man. You don't need no shovel. Then again, James digs up shitty wallets with his hands. Fair enough. But I mean, that in itself, I mean, that's pretty manly, I guess. It's manlier than anything I would want to do. I don't want to touch poo-poo. That's gross. What's up, DJ? How have my endeavors been of late? Well, we're doing a thing called Worst of the Worst, where I play the Silent Hill HD collection on an original model PlayStation 3 via PlayStation Now, so, you know, my life is spiraling out of control. But it's fun. Not the game, I guess. Streaming. And you guys make it fun. Hey, here's that screenshot from the newspaper in the beginning of the game. And Masahiro Ito's artwork. Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. It's him. So Masahiro Ito, speaking of Ito and Ito's posts on Twitter, Ito pointed out some very interesting information when it comes to the Historical Society and this particular painting. Somebody mentioned, why does Pyramid Head appear to James in the form that we see him as? Why that shape? And Masahiro Ito replied to that question by saying, or rather by quoting Mary, saying, "You promised you'd take me there again someday," emphasis on again, "but you never did." Implying that this painting was here and looked this way when James and Mary came here for vacation. And that was the first time James actually saw Pyramid Head, was during their vacation, during their first trip to Silent Hill. And that's why Pyramid Head takes this form. It's one of those things that there's been a lot of different fan speculation and kind of rumors and stuff about why Pyramid Head is there and what the painting represents, if it looked that way or if it was even there when James and Mary were here the first time. And once again, we got Based Ito answering those burning questions. Nothing useful, nothing special. A photo's hanging here. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. This hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. Little history on Brookhaven. Oh, excuse me. A photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. Looks like he was a famous person in town. A photo of a deep, deep hole. What could this be? I like that we get a little bit of a glimpse into the first hole, at the first hole that we're going to be jumping into. So, the long descending staircase here. Normally, you hear the foghorns of boats as you descend further and further down here. But they fucked up the sound effects. If you listen closely... Jesus, it's so quiet. You can barely hear it. I can barely hear it, so I'm sure you guys can probably barely hear it. There is a footstep sound. It's the sound of the lying figures walking, which they accidentally put here in place of the foghorns. You can hear it now. It's louder at the bottom. Just the same way that the foghorn is supposed to get louder. As you go further down, the footstep gets louder, but it's the wrong fucking sound effect. Some kind of document is lying here. September 11th, 1820. Prisoner number C221. I can't read the rest. What is this? So here is some more examples of Silent Hill doing what it does best. That's why I like that description earlier. On the borders of reality and unreality. And that includes things from the past, things from the future. Silent Hill can basically alter reality in very unpredictable ways. And in this case, it's bringing back part of the past, part of this prison that was here in the early 1800s. Photos hanging here, Toluca Prison Camp, built during the Civil War, later became Toluca Prison. A little bit of history on the place we're in. Death by skewering, an execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. To choose his death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. So those two particular methods of death, of execution, skewering and strangling. And keep in mind, Mary has been killed by being suffocated, and Maria is repeatedly killed by skewering. Crimson and white banquet for the gods. The crimson and white there is supposed to be a reference to some of the New Game Plus items. A few of the ritual items used for the rebirth ending. What is skewering? Being impaled by something similar to a spear. The hole's dark, and I can't see anything. Jump down. What choice do we have? Also looks like she was killed by strangling in the bed. That doesn't look so much like strangling to me. It looks more like it's a reflection of Mary when she was in the later stages of her illness. It's just a wall. Huh, this is different. Just this spot here feels different than a normal wall. I wonder if I could somehow break it. Hey, G-Cross. Got the spiral writing key. I press the switch, but nothing happens. I always love this room. This freaked me out pretty good the first time I ever played Silent Hill 2, where this room traps you in it, and there's no real clue or anything to get the solution to escape this room. It's strictly trial and error. All you have is, it's a 3-digit combination, and you can see that there are 3 buttons on the switch that are lighter than others, but that's it. And of course, it's the same 3 numbers as last time we did this. It did not randomize anything. So I know the solution. I remember. Normally that's supposed to randomize every time you play the game, but I guess they didn't work that algorithm in for the HD collection. That's so fucking bizarre. So we got the spiral writing key. Key with slim 3-inch long cylinder attached. The cylinder is engraved with spiral writing. It says, "'Tis doubt which leadeth thee to purgatory." Yep, like I said, the random puzzles work on a seed system, essentially, and I guess whenever you play this for a first time, it's always going to be this same seed, which is really dumb. It's pitch black beyond the door. I love the perspective of this room, by the way, where James is essentially, like, he's in the floor, facing up towards the ceiling right now. You can see, like, where he's facing is the ceiling, and there's like a neon light, the way the doors on the side are. and that the hole that he thinks he's jumping into is actually a hallway. I can't tell how far the blackness stretches. Walking Man, thank you for the 100 bits. Here's more Stoner Eddie.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow!
You killed him?
But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Just tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now, I always let people walk all over me. It's just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie.
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
Oh, you're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie.
You're going out there alone? Yeah, bro. Fucking again, Liam O'Brien. He's done some okay voice work. Not one of my favorites out of the people who were chosen for the new cast, but I mean, he's done some other stuff that's fine. But that is such a fucking bad take. Like, how did they keep that? How did they not even just try to retake it and get a few more better takes from these guys? Because all of these voice actors are capable of better. So I wanted to kill him just so that he wouldn't attack me while I'm looking at stuff in this particular cell. Just because there's a lot of details in this cell that I really like. Again, the cult is not really a main part of this game, the way that it is with 1, 3, and 4. But this is one of the couple little references we get. And I like this. It shows that even back as far as 1820, which is the time frame that we're in right now in this prison, there were still elements of the cult already around, and some of them are similar to other symbols and things that we see. Like, this is very, very similar to the Halo of the Sun, except it's got 4 interlying circles instead of 3. And, of course, some of these books and things that are laying around. Books are scattered all over the bed and floor. On Sacrifice in the Art of Demon Summoning, Tome of the Seer, The Feast of the Succubi, The Fallen Angels of Mercy and Favor. I guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. And you really don't have to worry about them too much. Again, it's interesting to still know that the cult is a part of the history and the backstory of the town, even though it's not relative to the current story of Silent Hill 2. Does anyone know who originally voiced the prisoners? Well, the prison... I'm assuming you mean that, where it says ritual. It's some random staff member that they got to read the line. If you take the line and run it through some audio processing and essentially normalize it, make it sound unedited as much as you can, it sounds like a Japanese person, like a very Japanese accent, saying the word ritual. So they probably just got some random staff member or somebody to record it. And that sound effect is the same sound effect being used for the HD collection. They didn't re-record that. It's the same sound, but it's playing faster and at a higher pitch. Because, again, all they did was rip the sound files from their beta code or whatever and throw them into the game as is. Whereas Team Silent took those sound effects and distorted them more. And I guess even if Hijinks tried to match the distortion using those sound effects, they failed miserably. They were way off. There's also an interesting painting in this cell that I wanted to come in here for. This one. This is the Lakeview Hotel. You can see that's the dock that we land at later and run up towards it. And it depicts the hotel as burning. And once the true sort of nature of the hotel is revealed, after James watches the videotape, we sort of see the remains of the hotel, of how it actually is, as compared to when you first land on the dock, and James comments that the hotel looks exactly the same that it did 3 years ago. But, yeah, this is the actual fate of the hotel. It burned down. Or at least was severely burned. Didn't completely burn down, but it's very severely burned. Burning Man. Burning Man, Burning Man, Burning Man. So, speaking of those prisoners, they are actually a targetable entity. And what's strange is, because they're they are the only creature that seems to talk and is also non-aggressive, never attacks or anything like that. When you attack it, it's actually one of the more human-sounding sound effects. Oh! Ah! Wait. They redubbed it. They redubbed the prisoner damage sound effect with Troy Baker as well? I didn't know that. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting, like, the original sound effect to be at maybe the wrong pitch. But they had Troy Baker do that voice too? Okay. Alright. Never mind. This cell freaked me out pretty bad the first time I played this game too. I legit thought I was stuck and had, like, soft-locked the game somehow. But all you have to do is keep checking the door and it lets you free, of course. But that part really freaked me out. James shot himself? Oh, God. Is there lore implications? Is that why they used Troy Baker? Even though it wasn't Guy Seehee in the... I don't know. They probably had some technical difficulty, or they were missing that sound effect, and they were like, we'll just get Troy to do it, because Troy does everything. Oh, let's hear the scream here, actually. I think this might be Troy also. Ah! It is. It is. They should have got Nolan North to do the screams. Yep. They should have had Nolan North as the prisoner. And what's his name? Stephen Bloom as all other voices. Just get all the most overused voice actors that you possibly can. Scott McNeil. Vic Minonia. Hey, that's still the original Scream. I was halfway expecting that to be Troy Baker. Oh, I almost forgot to read about the Little Baroness. Good God, those sound effects. Somebody take away the fucking audio engineer degree from whoever is responsible for this mess. They need to go through school again. What the fuck? So, earlier, we read about Walter Sullivan and how that was used later on to sort of become the basis for the plot of Silent Hill 4. This is an article about a ship that went down in Lake Toluca called the Little Baroness. And just the same way as that other note was sort of a springboard for the plot of Silent Hill 4, this is supposed to be a springboard for the Silent Hill arcade game. Yes, that game has plot. There's a magazine here. I've never seen it before. It's probably a locally published magazine. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case, the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says, It most likely sunk for some reason. Good police work. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There are many pages torn out. So in 1939, that's where the Silent Hill arcade plot line starts. Even though it takes place in, like, quote-unquote modern day, that's like where the story of the arcade game sort of springs off from. So these pages that are torn out, that you don't get to know about the story, that what happened with the Little Baroness in 1939, that gets explained in the Silent Hill arcade game, of all things. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. Hey, what's up, Mental? I got the hunting rifle. This is my least favorite weapon in the game. So basically, in like Silent Hill 1, for example, the hunting rifle's really fucking good. In this game, anything that the hunting rifle really does, the shotgun can do better. The hunting rifle only holds 4 shots, and you cannot move while aiming it. The shotgun holds a total of 6 shots, and you can move around and still dodge and stuff while aiming. And the rifle has a weird bug with it, that if the barrel is touching what you're trying to shoot, it can actually miss point blank. So if a monster happens to be moving towards you, which usually they are, while you're aiming at it, if you're too close, you can actually miss. Whereas if you're too close with the shotgun, all you're going to have happen with the shotgun by being up close is that it's going to do more damage than the rifle. So, yeah, the rifle kind of sucks in this. Oh, man. And by the way, guys, I can hear it outside now. It just started raining pretty heavily. We've got some storms and stuff rolling through my area right now, so if the stream happens to go down abruptly or anything, it's most likely my power went out. It tends to happen whenever storms come through, so just a heads up. What state do I live in? I live in Texas. The corpse smells nauseatingly of rotten flesh. A horrible smell is coming from the hole. My God. In the hole. I didn't see that. Did that just move? Or was it only my imagination? This area freaked me out too, because I felt like as soon as you would go like past a certain point in that room, I thought they would all like stand up and start fighting you. So like I remember pretty vividly my first time playing this game back in 2001 that I was like pretty scared to move through that room. There's a hole in the floor. I can't see the bottom. How far does this thing go? So we've now descended down a long staircase, jumped down multiple holes. We're still jumping down holes. And we're going to then take an elevator even further down. Another hole. Do I really have to drop through it? Yes, yes you do. And it's just to kind of give you a sense that the laws of physics and reality are not applying to this area at all. Whereas before, you were at least still moving through, you know, a cohesive building with several floors that made sense. Now, you've gone so ridiculously far down that it's basically impossible. It's a form of impossible space. And it's done to sort of symbolically depict delving further and further into the subconscious of these characters. And I say these characters because it's not just James affecting things here. We've already seen Eddie is down here as well. These creatures here, by the way, are known as mandarins. And you only ever see them in a couple spots. You see a few of them after Brookhaven when you're going through the town during that one segment that's all grates. And then when you're walking above the metal grates here. And those are very, very similar, almost the exact same thing as the closers that are later used for Silent Hill 3. Also, since we looked at that painting in the Historical Society of Pyramid Head, look familiar? We found Pyramid Head's room. It's got the same cages and victims in the back. It's also where you pick up the Great Knife, a massive weapon wielded by Pyramid Head. Hard to use, but lethal. This is also the first moment in the game, this item description, where Pyramid Head is referred to as Pyramid Head. Up until this point, the only thing we've had to go by is what James said to Eddie earlier, which was he called him the Red Pyramid Thing. Gotta love the Great Knife. It's very powerful. It kills everything except for bosses pretty much in one hit. But it slows you down. And it's very, very slow. But it is going to come in handy for some of the bosses later. And at this point, Pyramid Head is down here. But he's no longer using the Great Knife since we took it. Now he's got a spear. Note how that's also after reading about prisoners being given the option for execution by skewering. Think this game's based on Metal Gear Solid 2's engine? It's not. Absolutely, it's not. Team Silent had their own custom engine that they used for these games. It's a modified version of a pre-existing game engine. I don't remember what it's called. My friend Tato Forever talked about that with me before, and of course I forgot everything he taught me. But no, it's its own engine. Team Silent kind of used their own engines for all the first 4 games, and Kojima pretty much did the same thing with Metal Gear Solid, where he was using a very heavily modded, different game engine that was more his own than anything else. So now we have this butchered cutscene. In the original version of this cutscene, Monica Taylor Horgan, the original voice actress for Mary and Maria, does an exceptional job of swapping back and forth between the voice that she does for Mary and the voice that she does for Maria. And this is the first time in the game where we really get to hear them both side by side and realize that there is 2 very different tones to each character. And it's because of those 2 different tones, different mannerisms, different ways of speaking coming out of the same person that's supposed to really be the cause of James's frustration and confusion during this cutscene. But Mary Elizabeth McGlynn only knows how to do one voice, apparently, and that voice is Major Kusanagi from Ghost in the Shell. So every line sounds exactly the same, and all of the impact of the scene is sucked out because of that. Plus, you've got Troy Baker doing his breathy Phantom of the Opera, you know, all I want from you is an answer. It's just awful. It's awful.
You're alive? Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria, that thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before. Don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
Listen to the horrible echo on everything,
you said
too.
You took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria.
I am, if you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Just stay right there. I'll be there soon.
Yep. One of my all-time favorite cutscenes almost in any video game ever, pretty much. Completely ruined by horrible voice acting. Horrible voice acting, horrible audio mixing. There's just so little effort. Who's inside, James or Maria? Well, we solved a weird spinny face puzzle thing to get in here through a wall. She has a door on her side. Who do you think is in the cell? Oh yeah, I care a lot about voice actors too. I'm actually very good friends. Why is Nub quiet? Because I'm just running through to the next thing. Didn't have a whole lot there. I'm also, admittedly, this game stresses me out a bit, so I'm having a cigarette. So, pardon me. But yeah, I do care about a lot of voice actors, and as said, I'm actually pretty good friends with several voice actors and actresses who are currently working in the industry. And yes, they have a lot of plight and a lot of bullshit that they're going through. They recently were going on strike because voice actors do not get paid appropriately when, you know, it is worthwhile. And honestly, games like this are doing, I feel, voice acting as a profession a disservice. Because when you hear performances like this in finished games, it really does act as a discredit towards voice actors everywhere that you can get away with this kind of mundane shit and still release a game and still sell copies. And so industries look at that final dollar sign, realizing, you know, the quality of the work doesn't have to be there. And it affects everything. It affects what they feel is fair when it comes down to paying voice actors and actresses. So it affects things in the community. It's not just, you know, a bad performance that, as a fan, you know, I dislike. It affects things in the industry. Like, it goes beyond just kind of being bad for the sake of being bad. And, you know, it affects a lot of things. And Troy Baker and Mary McGlynn did not handle this gracefully when fans kind of reacted to that. They can be seen, you know, calling out and pointing blame to Guy Seehee and trying to basically pass the blame off. Really, really unprofessional. Anyway, that aside, we have some plot. So I mentioned that Eddie's down here as well, and we're sort of seeing bits of his nightmare. Now, we are also going to be seeing some aspects of Angela. And this is where we get a lot more information on her and her past. And before I read this newspaper, that is stained with something that looks like blood and is partially illegible, before I get into that, I have on me here the manual that comes with the original Silent Hill 2. And there's a section for characters. And this is what is written in the manual about Angela Orozco. Angela Orozco, age unknown, occupation unknown. James first meets her in a cemetery, and from the beginning, there is something shadowy about her. Ever since childhood, she was convinced that she would never be happy. She ran away from home shortly after graduating from high school, but her father found her and dragged her back home. She ran away from home again, this time to Silent Hill, but now she is lost. So she ran away from home. Her father found her, dragged her back home. Something happened. She ran away again and found herself in Silent Hill. Newspaper reads, the body of a man, later identified as Thomas Orozco, lumberjack, age 39, was discovered in the front room lying face up. The probable cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the fact that the cash in the room was untouched and Mr. Orozco had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police suspect that the motive was not robbery, but rather a type of crime of passion. So, Thomas Orozco, Angela Orozco's father, was stabbed multiple times and killed in his own home, and the murder weapon was never found. Newspapers are scattered all over the walls and floor. There seems to be nothing of interest. But this one has today's date. That's kind of strange. So the newspaper that we just read a scrap of was a headline from today, what's supposed to be the current day that James arrived in Silent Hill. So that murder just happened.
No, Daddy! Please don't!
Are you okay? Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same thing. You're only after one thing.
No, it's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like he always did. You only care about yourself, you disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never.
Phantom of the Opera. I never. What's up, Nate? Horror games have a knack for bad voice acting, but this is a bit ironic. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like the original voice actors for this game and for Silent Hill 3, which I'll be playing next, are actually pretty good as far as horror games go. Not, the best thing ever, but they're good, and most importantly, they fit the atmosphere of the games. Whereas this is the HD collection of Silent Hill, where everything has been redubbed, and these new voices are just inexplicably bad. But yeah, everything between that newspaper, the knife that we got from Angela, it all leads up to kind of this moment where it's revealed, Angela's past, the abuse that she underwent from her father. Obviously symbolized here with these pistons moving in and out of these flesh-like walls through these orifices. The fact that the pistons are metallic gives the sense that it is something foreign. That it's, you know, something unnatural. And even, of course, the design of the Abstract Daddy creature itself, which is made to look like a large figure, large human figure, pinning down a smaller figure, trapped in between sheets of flesh on what's meant to look like essentially a bed frame. Again, Team Silent not having to come right out and say anything, but they give you enough to let you piece together sort of just how bad things were for Angela. And keep in mind again, something with the manifestations. So that creature we see as, you know, the Abstract Daddy, as the creature, but in Angela's view, you know, her Silent Hill is different from ours. For her, everything is constantly burning. Considering there's a TV in the room, this is possibly the room that's mentioned in the newspaper. The front room or living room where she stabbed her father to death. Only this time James came in and intervened. She was reliving that moment. Only worse. She saw this as her father. All right, so we've got another puzzle here, but I need to take a break. Yeah, it's been like almost 5 hours. I have not taken a break yet. So I'm going to come back. We're going to do this puzzle. But I need a few minutes. I need to run to the restroom, grab another drink. But I will be back in a few. Oops, that's not the right thing. That's the one. I will return.